Wait one more second. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Guess we'll do webcam. Hi. I always have to work up to that. It's raining today. Sprinkling at least. Looks nice out there. Okay. So we updated our character. Oh, maybe not. Let's do distance, return, big, automatic. Would that be happening? Hello, welcome back, MK. Let's see how it bakes. It doesn't bake poorly, so guess we'll live with it. But welcome, welcome. We're working on this VR chat avatar, custom made from scratch avatar. It's gonna need to move a little. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Okay, did we just export? No, we just updated. And now we're exporting the bake. Excuse me. I'm dying. Yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate you saying that. I love when it's raining. Not too dark either. It's kind of nice and drizzly. We're just trying to fix up. There's a little. See, the shadows kind of weird spot. Should match. Shouldn't be any offset. So we're gonna export. Yeah, like that. Cool. Updating our scales worked well. They actually look a little better. Better. We are going to enable back faces though. If it lets me scroll. There we go. Okay, at least stuff won't be poking through that way. Lock in. Boom. Finally read my chat after 1 month. 1 month? I feel like I would have noticed that. I wonder if your messages got filtered or something like that. Oh, there's a little gap there. That's okay. It's gonna happen. Dang, it looks good though. It looks good. I'm excited. Beautiful. Just a little bit of crunch there. Oh, is that what we were using for the data transfer too? Okay. So let's go back here for a second. No, the normals look good here. Maybe so. Sorry, characters, they were all very nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. We got more on the way. I'm going to be doing a lot of commissions next few months. Grinding. I think in a few months my workflow for them should be pretty fast. Fingers crossed. Okay, so it would be the UV data transfer. No, there's no UV data transfer. The normals look pretty blended. Pretty blended. Yeah, looks good. Okay. So why is it a little bit more noticeable here? Should be like a perfect blend. Switch to this view as a shrink wrap. Maybe we do the shrink wrap at the end. Data transfer proximity. Okay, so it's not even using that vertex group. My shrink wrap should be doing it right. Did I export this version to Substance, though? That's the question. That is the question. Sasake. That's the high poly one. Which is also blending and should be shrink wrapped, or should be the original one, so should be good. Body low, we're using proximity. Okay. Good stuff. I feel like it should be blending nicer though. It's proximity. Scale's fine. If I can't do that after. Because it is floating a little bit though. Okay. Let's see if we can close that gap. That would be in here. Should it look like that at 0? It needs some up there. Can't I just get that? Nine. 0.999. So I must have both these edges selected in the original. Gotcha. Okay, I see what's going on. It's getting. There's a lip. The lower lip is getting smushed. Boom. But they're both selected. We need one of the edges to be just a little lighter. Should work. Okay. Source objects. Hello. Oh, 00. Stream Hub. We're working on a VRChat avatar. This is a custom avatar I've made from scratch for my client. Looking pretty good. But we have some stuff to figure out first. So the source object here has a shrink wrap of its proximity. Is it? No. Yes, okay, I was right. So we'll assign these as 0.9. Okay, so now we should be able to isolate just this section. Always make a gradient. Always. It's easier to have a gradient, single perfect gradient, and then you can process it afterwards. Wait, I actually wanted to double check that. Source objects. Takes a million years to load right now. Do I need to update this? No, it is sampling directly. Good. Which means we close that. And then this one. And that one did say replace original. Let's just check. Let's check. That one stays there. Yes. Yes. Okay, now it's working. Hello, Seraphix. Welcome. Okay, so now it should be touching the head perfectly. It is. We could save and then re-export the body and the low poly. Should be getting a much nicer bake. Fix up that little splotch right there. It does take a while to export, so let's save first and export. Hope everyone's having a great day out there. It's a nice rainy day where I am in Texas. Oh, so we're just soaking up the Silent Hill vibes outside. So I tucked my cat in. He's right here. It's under the little blanket. He's passed out. He's cold today. He's in his little bed. You can just see his ears poking out. Okay, clothing updates. Now we're fixing head scale shadow. Boom. Let's not cross that off. Boring. One day this will load. You charge my phone. I'll be right back. I don't know why this one's taking so long. It's probably the bisect, and I actually need I should have that turned off for the bake version. Oh, it's taking way too long. Okay, well, what can we do in the meantime while this figures itself out? We can get some files ready for review. There it goes. Guess I just have to start doing something else and it'll start loading. Cool. All right, so this now exported to Substance. We'll refresh again. Save. And now we can see that little splotcheroonie. That looks weird. I hope that's not affecting the bake. Need to review that. Export. This one. Or slicing. On this Boolean UVD assignment. I feel like my computer might crash soon. All right. Collections. Export all collections. Did it load finally? No, my god. Okay, then yeah, let's export. Should be quick-ish. Quickish. It shouldn't be taking this long to load. To export. Not. Come on. Holy fuck. Just to load a single file? What is this, like 8 gigabytes? Why is it so ginormous? Let's look. So we're exporting the low poly. 70. Even the high poly is just 70 kilobytes. Why is that awful? Okay, well, let's look at my PC. That might do it right there. It's probably my videos folder. Might take a little bit. Just gonna wait a second when that loads. We did disable the Boolean on bake. That should be automatic now. And once that's done, we'll do the rest. We've got some. Holy fuck. That's weird. That's weird. Something's weird here. Should not take this long to export. Let's wait in my hard drive transfer. One file from one collection. 7-minute export. It did stop right when that file transfer ended, though. So something. I think it's something to do with my hard drive. I think it's just too full. So we did free some space there. Let's figure it out some other time. There's really not that much on here. I do have all my blenders on there. That's it. That's so it's definitely because it's moving data in and out of the hard drive. Okay, that has to be it. Oh wait, I got big nip on my chin. Just gonna remove some programs real quick. We'll do Premiere. Yeah, buy Premiere. Install. So let's update first. Wait on that. So we've got it set up. Boolean should be fine. I wonder if that's why my GeoNode graphs have been so slow. Not actually Blender, it's not actually GeoNodes. It could just be my hard drive. Because it has to save that dependency graph to memory. That's probably it. Funny. It's never the things you expect, huh? Um, did it uninstall? Boom. That's doing its bullshit. This. Much better. I know. No. That's fine. How to remove programs. All right, that should free some space. We can do that in the background. We'll do some more removal later. But now my computer shouldn't be getting quite as bogged down. In fact, I'm going to refresh the RAM allocation. All right, memory pool, all that stuff. Recorded. Does feel a little faster and smoother. Good. So we're still encountering the issue of the head scale just being kind of crap. What can we do about that? Let's look at this one. Here. Got the proximity. Which one? Where are we? Low poly. It's getting placed. It's getting kind of shrink wrapped on. Shrink wrap head. We're editing it here. Then for the actual shrink wrap, say above surface, then we're actually gonna push it below. Like so. Below like so. And let's hope that's gonna be what makes the difference. Please allow for faster exporting. It did load the collection faster. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Still taking a chunk of time. If that is what it is, what else can I do? Oh, got my cookie dough. One day it'll load. What's slowing it down so much? Way too long. All right. At least it'd take forever to load into this. That'd be a double whammy. I need to restart my computer. Let's move it over here. Give it a bit more space. It would be one of these ones. I can't really give it much more room than it would already have. Maybe a bit more. Okay. Let's go back to the high poly. Excuse me. I am ignoring the backface there. Are we actually using ignore backface in here? Yes. By mesh name. Self-occlusion. No. What exactly is the issue? That must be texture. That's clearly a pixel. It's not geometry. Maybe the UV map is a little messed up. Here's the real issue. Okay. That should help much more than anything else. Now, we're also going to bake some of the samples on the low poly. So I think that's a core part of the issue. Like the body source, still sampling. I could duplicate, and apply. Duplicate. I mean, it's such a long time. What's the last one over here? I guess the first one. Okay. Yeah, we will do it. We will first hit replace original, duplicate, apply. Mouse for that scale. Duplicate, apply. Same for this one. Duplicate. Apply. And hide. All right. Oh, that's the mirror modifier. Okay, that's the mirror modifier missing out. Okay. What's going on there? Excuse me. All right, mega fingers crossed that 10% some cat. $9.51 already. Definitely wasn't taking this long a while ago. I suppose I could try baking them kind of at the end. Put a little bake at the end of the object, bake it, and then export. I wonder how well that would work. That might be perfect because I think it's something about it going through the dependency graph, looking at each object and all its connections. But I should be able to bake that down at the end rather than at the beginning. Hello, exotic butter turtle. Welcome. You've watched Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I know of it. And I've seen some clips, but I haven't watched it myself. It looks pretty good. Pretty fun. Bam. Bam. Did I not refresh the mesh? So that doesn't look any different. I would expect it to look a little better. Wait a second. Yeah, no, I am baking it separately. It's like, was I sampling the head? No. No, 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 no. The only thing that helped was pushing it further down. So let's just do more of that. It's supposed to be seamless anyway. So let's embrace that. Yeah, that should really work. um, hello, Dance. Well, we're gonna ask me more about Clone Wars, exotic butter and turtle. Hello, Dance. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Well, I guess I couldn't put a bake at the end because there's a bunch of separate objects in here. And it doesn't seem to be the main thing that's slowing stuff down. All right, one more excruciatingly long export, then hopefully we'll be good. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing quite well. We're towards the end of my work on a custom VR chat avatar. So right here is the character we've been working on for the past 2 weeks or so, completely from scratch. Not sure how familiar you are with VR chat, but I make custom characters for people for a living. Have you come by before, Dance? I feel like, well, don't want to assume. I feel like you may have come by before. So this needs to go up a little bit higher. Adjust those. Those should basically be the final edits other than the actual animations for the wings. That's impressive. Thank you. I have it's a lot of fun. A lot of work. A lot of work, but a lot of fun. Well, if you like working. I guess I do. Workaholic. My cat's asleep. See my cat right here. Oh, I guess he's. I tucked him in. Now he's. Oh. Hi, bud. Okay. So, what can we do while that's loading? We can take a little look at setting out. Well, I can't really. Need Blender. Need Blender for that. Need Blender for that. Need Blender for that. Guess we're just chilling. Do I get paid to make these? I do. Do get paid. Charge about $800 for an avatar, the starting point, and a lot of people want like additional customization and stuff, but I generally just make digital things for people for money. Hey, Dan's, thank you for the 20 bits. Give you something on the side. Hope you enjoy. Thank you, Dan's. I do enjoy. Much appreciated. Thank you again. Hope you're having a good one. Yay, it finally exported. Boom. Now we can refresh and rebake. But yeah, and I also make a. If you are into VR chat, I do have some free items right here down below my Gumroad. And you can check those out. Need to clear out the color on the T. That looks better already. Save. And yeah, if anyone out there is looking, I also do mentorships, tutoring, that kind of thing. Anyway, spamming my self-advertising right now. That's just how it is. Gotta get the grind on. Okay. I need a new computer. This takes forever to save. We're just saving this file right now. That's how long it's taking. And there we go. And then bake again. I think I did just bake this, but be doubly sure. Interesting. So it's the intersection that's causing the issue. Okay. Then we will do kind of the opposite. We'll actually give it space and then shrink wrap later when we're actually exporting. Hey, thanks again. Gonna have to go to work now. I'm happy I popped in. Have a wonderful stream and keep it up. Thank you, Dans. Enjoy work. Thank you for the bits. Good luck today. Hope it goes by quick for you. Let's look at the ambient occlusion. That is definitely where it's going wrong. I do have ignore backface on. I would have expected to make that a little bit more of a difference. Doesn't seem to be doing anything right now. Anything at all. So yeah, let's make it float. Actually, we will shrink wrap. Do positive. Looks weird. That's because I have the high polygon too. Look, oh, man. It's always the small things that end up being the most challenging. Okay, we'll just move this a little bit more manually. We'll get the set position or transform geometry. There we go. Let's drag that right there. And we're just gonna move it up a little. Maybe just forward. That way it should be floating a little. We can turn off the shrink wrap. Honestly, it really does not look very good. And then we'll take the scene driver so that it only gets exported like this when we're baking. I'm gonna close and reopen Blender really quick and hope that that will help my export time. Maybe even close Painter just to give it a little bit more RAM or something, in the hope the export time will speed up. I do have 34 free gigabytes on my main hard drive. Ooh, good. Well, it's really annoying how long it takes things to open, close, save. It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Hello, Aqua. Welcome. Just dropped 10K on RAM. Problem solved. For one stick of RAM. This is where we're at with the avatar. I think most things are solved currently. Been lurking periodically. Well, welcome. Welcome back. Welcome from the lurk side. We do deal. Cats are playing. Still need a tail animation. Yeah, I guess I'll just include that with the T-pose. You might as well just start properly curved. No, easier to change it afterwards. We got some nice custom crouch poses. A little bit of crunchiness there. That is the back of the butt and the thigh, or the tail. Butt weights. And then the kneel pose is a little static. Nice to have the legs out a little bit more. Oh my God. There we go. Exported to Substance. Bitterish. Better. Boom. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now what we're going to change. Now we'll push it in. So when we bake, it'll bake floating out a little bit. When we export, we'll push it in. That's the plan. And ask for anything better there. Okay, good. Whoops. Fix the body. Cross that one off. Boom, boom. That one, I felt that I had to fix just because it's on the face. Like, maybe somewhere else on the body, I wouldn't have been as concerned. But you'll be looking at the face all the time. So, let's make sure we do it properly. Okay, so now I was trying to export animations yesterday. And they made it into the scene, sort of. FBX. The Wings Idol is animating here, but I wasn't seeing any sort of animation here. Let's confirm. Are we adding the animations? Adding them through this VRC Fury object and the Nug Wings animator, which should play that animation. If I select it here, it's fine. If I select it here, I see nothing. Interesting. So perhaps there is an issue. And here. Here I do not see any bone transform animations, but again, we see it still moving. Using. Let's test more directly. So we'll go to Animators, make a animator controller, which we'll call nug test remove me. And then we can drop the animation into here. And now we should have access to it, so we should be able to preview it directly in the scene. And indeed, nothing is happening. It looks like it's moving the outfit, which it really should not. But it was moving the outfit too. Funny. Goofy. Okay. We probably need a mask because we are deriving the animation from this file using this avatar. So let's ensure that it has the proper mask. Okay, so right click, create. And avatar mask, we'll call this. And we'll import this avatar right here. Boom. Now everything is enabled. That's what we want. We go back to the animations file, animation here, wing idle, mask, copy from other mask, nug, full avatar right here, apply. Okay, and now we do see we're actually going to do one better. We're going to duplicate the nug mask and call this nug wings. And in this case, we'll disable humanoid and then only enable the animations for the wings here and here. Cool. Wings, we should put that in its own folder, apply. Cool, now we have just animation. Save. And preview. Cool. That seems to be working well. So again, we're adding this to the character using this. You're animating these transforms are within Fizzbones and not marked. It's animated. Hello, Gen Z. Finally catching up to you. You were light years ahead for some time. Ground control to Major Tom. YouTube really does tend to struggle a bit. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but seems to kind of encounter some issues every now and then. That looked cool. Definitely some weird directions here. We need to increase the weights on the knuckles and just generally clean up the whole, excuse me, the whole dealio. Oh, let's also put the uniform back in so that it is moving with the body. Preview one more time. Okay, so now we're just going to be looking at the wing animations. We have wing animations left. We need to update the clothing. We need to fix the butt weights, and we need to fix the prone pose. Why don't we do all the Blender stuff first? Because this is all a little downstream. Blender's so slow right now, slow to get in. Let's try to get that done first. Otherwise, I'll be exhausted by the end of this. So let's go to Nug. Okay, we want to adjust the body source. Do this with the ARP rig. And we can adjust the weight on the leg. Deform. And just add that. Excuse me. Do you know how script IK mechanics for arms and wrist tracking? Do I know how to create IK mechanics for arms and wrist tracking? If you are, what's your end result? Are you making an avatar, or is this just like a general Unity game development question? Because there's a few different directions the answer could go. Okay, good. We're getting a lot better of a stretch there. Much improved. Save. That's updating our source body. Body low poly. Update just the body mesh. And we do that by duplicating the source. Turn on place original. Apply. And save. Excuse me. Okay, so now just want to double check that the weight paints came through on the body. Don't know if I'll be able to visualize the weights. In general, avatar on the web using React 3.js. Fuse to touch Blender. Well, Blender wouldn't help you with this. So an IK system, if you're just jumping into it, if I was in your position, I probably would have farted around with like Claude Code or Gemini or something to help script a IK system. Other than that, I don't know of any libraries that already do IK and stuff. I think 3JS has like I think it's 3JS. They have a few things, but unless there's an IK system built in, I'm afraid I wouldn't know. Yeah, if it's outside Unity and Blender, it's definitely getting outside my realm of experience. But if it's not built in, then you're probably going to have to create a custom case system. Interesting. For Gemini and Claude, they probably understand how to make a working IK system in concept. The issue they're running into is probably just implementing it in Three.js. Um, so maybe separate it into like its own project and work on it in like a extremely simplified version, just so you have something to reference. Get something working that's like completely removed from everything else, and then work. Once you know that you can get a working version, then try to bring it back in. Be my recommendation. But game engines are tricky because when you're supposed to do certain things and getting to work with physics and stuff, that can all be pretty painful. I bet there's a Three.js um, excuse me, Discord. That'd probably be the best place to go. See if there's already a resource out there for IK. But yeah. Other than that, you're just kind of building it from scratch. Let's do the leg. And we'll do. This is probably one of the lower legs, and I can't see it anyway because it doesn't sample properly. We already know we sampled the source correctly. We've pulled that in. The butt should be better. Let's just go to export. Actually, sorry. Sampling the body source. Should be fine. It's gonna suck. Yeah, that's pretty tricky. Vibe coding's getting pretty good, but I still, I still have a lot of complaints with it overall. Though Claude just came out with something called Cowork, or sorry, Anthropic just came out with something called Claude Cowork. Pretty interested in checking that one out. Hmm. Yeah, export it here. Just exported. Just want to see the crouching pose one more time. What kind of project are you working on, Gen Z? web VR game. Oh, very exciting. That's cool. Excited to see your end result. Yeah, we're gonna have to change the discard, I think, just to include the tail. Oh, right. I did not update the clothing weights. So let's actually hmm. Actually copy this scene. And we'll call this one export clothes. And call this one shirt. And shorts. Get rid of the mask. Go ahead and do collection shorts. Shirt. Let's see how that goes. Evaluated geometry from modifier does not contain a mesh. That's true. I did not set up one apparently. Finally, downloaded Gimji? Is it GIMP? I think. Perfect. Oh, let's make sure that the rig is actually the main rig. Beautiful. Now we can go here and we can sample the uniform, show and explore. Copy this path, go here, auto rig pro, we're pasting right here. I'm gonna overwrite the uniform, be a humanoid. We'll fix the rig. There's nothing to fix for the most part. Rig. That's all good. Animations, none. Miscellaneous. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Sure. It's up all night. I'm typing then right now, vibe coding all night. Heck yeah. Well, I admire your grind. Oh, I've been going the other direction. I've been getting up earlier rather than staying up late. Hi, buddy. Boom, save, bam. Oh, funny. Bam, 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 bam. Start fixing up the actual changes to the uniform in just a moment. Change the placement, but I wanted to check if the weights have been updated. it is improved, but we're still getting some clipping. So I think we'll need to push the geometry out a little bit. Probably here and there. A little bit there. Should be straightforward. Cool. All right. Not too worried about that. Let's go back to the main scene. In the future, I will most likely have a completely separate scene for each asset. Uniform being its own asset, body being its own asset, they will not share the same scene. That should simplify. Moving forward. I know how to color texture on. Yep, I can't say the full name because YouTube blocking those comms. Interesting with program names. I'm surprised it's blocking it. I guess technically it's a insult or derogatory term. Anyway, there's a nice free piece of software that I use all the time called Photopea or Photopea right here. I'll paste that in chat. It's basically just a Photoshop clone you can run in your browser that is a browser link. It's pretty nice. I use it for a lot of my more straightforward edits. Bye. What are you doing, huh? You want to go lay with Pixie? Look at her. She's all comfy over there. All right. Let's look at the low poly clothing. And we'll turn this back on. We're gonna open this. Oh, open this up. Oh, sorry, buddy. You can sit up there. How's that? Don't lick my hair. It's an impossible request for him. He loves to lick hair. Cool. So make a displace shorts fit. That's what we're going to use here. Let's use a little gradient to start things off. We'll do something like this. Even lower in strength. Probably even lower here. No. All I really need to do here. Especially because we could put the displace before the shrink wrap. That would, yeah, that would. really low strength, something like that. Okay, I think that'll do. Go back to our uniform. Solving one issue at a time. We're just doing the deformation right now. Fix his other elements of his uniform in just a moment. Back to the body for a second. Let's see if we can increase the discard for the butt. So that's clothing. So we're looking at the source. Both of these are the source. We'll select UVD, clothing, select. Okay. I think if we can, we'd want to include these ones. Let's see if that improves the situation. Actually, I can test in a way just by turning the low poly clothing on here, seeing how it fits. A little bit too far on just basically just this last section here. Okay. I feel like I could almost include this side here too. Maybe even all the way up there. Pretty close. Just a little bit of clipping, but there is a scale there. We'll just give this a shot. So we update the source, hide this. Let's go to body low poly. Turn off clothing. Export. We have pieces. The one thing we need to change is I would like for this to be an active sampling, not on. So we'll do replace original. Turn replace original off. Just turn this on. Boom. Clothes are pretty cool. Do you use Photopea to design them? All of the texturing I do in Substance Painter. That's this program here. And so Substance Painter allows you to quickly bake things and paint things. That's most of where the of where it comes from. But all the little markings and stuff, all the color selections, that's actually almost all geometry. But that's what baking's for. I can make geometry and then bake the geometry into a texture. So I'm not like actively using it. Okay, body source now complete. We can go to export body. And then duplicate, apply. But in terms of the actual like clothing design, the client has a specific outfit that they wanted me to make. And so they just send me reference images and we kind of iterate on making sure it's working correctly. There's export. Okay, good. No more clipping. That looks quite good. Just need to bring in this edge here. That should be pretty easy to do. Excuse me. I don't do too much concept art these days. It's actually what I initially did as for income. But honestly, I prefer 3D art. Okay, that should work nicely. It's just I feel like learning 3D has just given me the biggest advantage I think any form of like any creative tool possibly could. I think the the bigger intuitions you can make about how to think about 3D things and spacing stuff just compounds. It's quite useful. Cool. Things look good. Awesome. All right. So that is the tail clipping done. Perfect. Boom. Cross that one off. We're making good time. Let's get into the clothing updates full. That was just for the deformation. Now we just need to adjust the look of the uniform. So specifically this pin here, we're going to want to move up a little ways. Let's turn on high poly. Should just be right about there. I will have to... Wish I'd done a color selection for the baking. I have Blender, deleted Unity, don't have enough space, and on Mac. That's definitely fighting, you know, you're making the most of the space you got. Discord again. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. So, main thing is to just make this a little bit thinner. The width on these ones is pretty good. It's this main one that's a little too big. And what's cool is we made this procedural. Interesting. The mask geonode lets me delete smoothly. My custom geometry node that I made does not. Excuse me. So what? This one is the source object. Okay, we should be good. So this one we can kind of adjust a little. Get right about there. Then we'll go to GeoNode. And we can hop into mask badge. Should be right. Polarize greater than. Okay, yeah. Here's the. Actually, turn this subdivision up a few times. See you on every day. Might hop on VR chat wave, to be honest. Heck yeah. I'm hoping eventually I'll be able to work while being inside VR. think we're a little ways away from that, but it would be cool. It would be cool. Meta. It's pretty close. Not perfect. A little too big. It's close. It's close. A little bit small. Why does all the avatars look gritty on VR chat, though? All jokes aside. Can't put a price on edginess. I feel like a lot to do with just the age range. No, no offense, not talking any smack there. I just think that's probably what it really comes down to. Let's do pink for this. just to really make it easy to isolate. Export all collections. Not fully loaded or something? Why do avatars look gritty on VR chat though? Oh, you mean like low resolution? Well, VR, there's a lot of reasons why VR looks the way it does. Basically, any VR game, it is twice as expensive to run any game in VR as it is just on a normal screen. And that's because you have to render it twice, one for each eye. So basically, anytime a video game company is thinking about making for VR, they go, hey, all the computers in the world that can run VR, we still can only use half the processing power that we would be able to normally. And then effectively. And then even more so with VR chat, there's performance settings so you can turn things on and off. It's all extremely customizable. But that also means that if you have less performant, less powerful hardware, then you're going to see people in a simpler way, just so it loads faster. A lot of that, and that happens all the time in video games. Like Fortnite, every game has some version of that. It's just a lot more visible in VR chat because of custom content. Like they're not built to be quite as seamless. They're not super polished. Everyone's kind of a little different. It's not like a standard way to. I could go on. It's interesting, but suffice to say, graphics in VR are just a little worse. Which might explain why it's not as popular as it could be. Now for the badge, instead of using a selection, we'll use a color ID. So then I can be lazy and just sample once, and we'll fill the color. Black. And you said you're playing on a Mac that you had to uninstall Unity on because it was too big? That might be part of it. Oops. Let me double check I had a replace on the modifier. Yes. Okay. Oh. Still missing that decal. Things look good though. Let's just review. Look like a sheath. Okay, I think we got that. Cool. So, clothing done. All right, we are super close now. We're really getting there. Let's make some animations. And we actually don't require the animation generic anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this scene. Just stick with human. Actually, just rename it to animation. Nug animation. Actually, it really should. It's so silly, but it really should be called Nug export animation. That's what the scene's for, is to export the animation. All right, and also create animations. So the T-pose, we'll do completely separate animation now. New. This one will be nug underscore tail rest. Default. It's weird on Quest 2, I saw avatars with jiggle physics on chat. No, they're gone. Quest 2. No, they're gone. Well, there's nothing stopping Fizzbones from working, so you can have as much jiggle as you'd like. Amount of squish right there. Should I move it? No, no moving, only rotating. Just we won't actually be able to point it to the ground unless we move it. A little too far for a rotation anyway. We'll want something like that. We'll select the whole thing, Alt R, point to R. Probably like that. Cool. So now with all the tailbones selected, I will save their position. Cool. And that's our default tail pose. Then we can go back to T-pose. And then include that in our animations. We have wings, locomotion, and we'll have one more action list for add, save, export. Then we'll need to make, if I don't die, we need to set that up and then see if it works well with our we'll see how this goes. With that. Alrighty. I think I inhaled a hair off my head. Let's give that a little cat fuzz. Okay, so what we can do is on the body, maybe since we already have the tail object, why don't we just include our apply during upload, and we'll set the tail pose through an animation here. So that'll be the default pose. It'll just be there. Should work pretty well. Let's create another folder here for avatar masks. Take these two here. We'll drop them right in. On the wings, we'll duplicate, rename to tail, and to that. So there's our tail one. We can go delete the generic animations. I don't see it, which means probably need to add it. I do see it now. Tail default. Let's just double check that. Oops. It is here. Tail default. We have the two animations. We have all of those animated. That looks quite good. Save. Turn here one more time. Contemplate. It's not on this list for some reason. Can I re-import? Will that do it? Refresh. Re-import. Did something, but I don't see. That's okay. Should still be in this big old list somehow if I... Oh, they're all separate actions now. That's cool. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to ensure this updates. When exporting multiple actions, only active disable. Only export the first slot. Turn that off. I don't know what that will do, but switch up that music. That's no good. Where are the wings? Oh shit. Before we go to Unity, let's re-export. That can always cause trouble. If we change the default pose. So while that's loading, let's get this over to the client. To the client. Valid input fields. That looks good. That looks good. Fine. Okay, must have been because I had clicked it. Okay, done. And send to here, save here, return here. Okay. The last few times I've updated the animations, I have not had to change this list. So let's, okay, it's gonna be a little lazy. What's gonna remove the tail here. Let's include it with wings. That's all I can think to do. $30. I'm gonna go on lunch. So let's see the tail. Why? Why? What the hell? Oh, funny. The wing animation, I guess I could just make this manually, but I want to derive it from Blender. It's so frustrating having to update things through Unity. Unity sucks for updating. don't we just expand it? That's all I can think to do is just make the animation clip a little bit longer. We also do need to update the wing weights. I left the tail default on. I'm a fool. Okay. Yeah, see, that rotated things backwards. No good. The pose. That. Prone. Let's just adjust this really quick. Something like that. Maybe make them a little slightly different positions, like that. Cool. Copy. Duplicate. Save. Return to T-pose. Export all animations. Oh, maybe not. I will cross that off first. Let's review. Excuse me. We did fix the butt weights as well. We can cross that one off. We did make the tail pose animation. Let's just figure out why things aren't updating in Unity. I guess I could do a separate file for each animation. It seems wasteful. It's going to take up a lot of space. Well, ooh. Please fix. Oh. Free. You know what? I think I did this. Oh, damn. I did this, fix this one time by turning off import, apply, and turning it back on. God damn it. And it looks like it kept the mask even though we removed it before. So that means it is retaining some sort of data in here. Let's look at the debug. It's fine, I just need the bones. Targeted. I misspelled locomotion. Locomotino. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Ah. Okay. Good. Well, I'll never encounter this problem again. So boom, we can make the new pose, and then we just change the source. Okay, that's super simple. I don't know. I don't know how I didn't see that before. I'll take it. Cool. So now when we are setting up the tail, we can just do that by referencing this clip. This clip. This clip. Boom. Save. And then I think on the tail fizz bones, we'll have to adjust the gravity. Excuse me. I don't think it moved the tail. No, it didn't, because it actually isn't animating anything. One issue with importing animations from a humanoid character is if you don't, you'll have to isolate the non-humanoid animations. Perfect. Play again. All right, that looks a lot better. And we could probably do even a bit more simply by turning off gravity. Now I get this nice, long, smooth tail. See what this looks like when we're crouching. Points it straight out, and then upright, like so. So I think we will still want gravity, say 0.25. copy this component, play around a little bit more. See, if we push it too far, then we get this awkward little bend. Okay. I think right around it's kind of shaky. I wonder if there's just some inherent imprecision with Fizbones. I like that. Cute. Okay. I think the tail is good. So let's copy that. Paste component values. I wish these were dynamic, but unfortunately Fizbones get locked in. Sad. Okay. It is 11:43. Perhaps I go on lunch now. No, let's just wrap them up because we've got the wing animations left, and I think that's it after. Good timing too, because thought we figured out why the animations were doing what they were doing. It's just a T-pose for the open. So we have them folded back. We want to create a blend tree where we can tilt them up, down, out. A flapping animation. Oops, sorry, smack the microphone there. That's going to be a bit too much. So we'll just do the blend tree. And I guess we'd want to rotate. We'd be able to rotate them, tilt them, and open them. Sorry, my chair's super squeaky right now. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so idle. They're back here. Open. They're out there. Let's go back to idle. We will duplicate this one. I think for open, actually, what we'll do is just take these bones. That's mouth open. Wing open. So just take these two bones, invert them, and delete all the other keyframes. So now it's just those bones that move, and that'll be nice. So that way we can create an additive pose to just have this open and close. Okay. Let's do tilt up. Now, do I do that? I guess if it's an additive pose, then I would still actually only animate just these bones. Okay, so new, say wings, tilt up. So that'd be the default position. Tilting up would be right about there. It'll be a blend tree, so ideally we'll have a bit of variation. Okay. Duplicate. Tilt down. That'll be much lower. We're missing these. Okay. So that'll allow me to put them in the default pose, rotate in, um, so tilt, go up and down, rotate will be a completely different animation. Rotate forward. Because in their default pose, or idle, wings idle, they're they're pretty much as close together as I'm going to want them to be. So then that rotation will pull them forward. I can move them up and down. And then we'll just want a pose for the fingers here to open up. Or even, actually, I think I don't think I'll even want keyframes. Here, well, I want them, boom, copy those. And I'm going to delete them here, remove the animation, reset everything, new, and we'll do nug wings furl closed. What a beautiful name. And then so that'll close them. So we got this nice, not so nice. Oops. Then we'll save, and we'll do. Don't know if I want this one. That kind of like closes it, and then we'd want one going out too, which I suppose wouldn't really do much. Close. Nug. Wings. Furl. Open. Oh. Not too dissimilar from what it is. Yeah. Okay, we'll see how this goes. Set up the exporter. Go to the animations. We'll go to wings. We're going to batch. Search wings. Interesting. Right. Save. Export. Load in. So, looking at animations, we are missing a bunch of the wings. In fact, I'm going to delete that one. Make sure when I duplicate, I have one of the wings selected. So we're copying the mask. That's not how that works. Sadness. Mask. Wings. Perfect. Idle, closed, open, open again. Might need some renaming. Rotate forward. Tilt down. And tilt up. Apply all. Cool. All of these we will set as reference poses to the T-pose. So if I go to wings here, yes, additive pose frame. I do want it to be additive, but it has to reference itself. It may actually be inherently additive because it's a humanoid animation. Don't know that for sure. But a skeleton would come with the default pose. I would assume so. Not 100%. Animations. This will be interesting. We're going to make a big old direct blend tree. I think that's the only way we can do this. Create. All right. For blend trees, I actually have to start them from a blend tree file. So we'll say nug wings direct blend. This will be direct. Beautiful. Then we can go to our animator, which we already have. The wings animator. And we can replace this with a direct blend. And now we can put everything inside this blend. tree. Multiple blends in the blend tree. Say that 10 times fast. So I think we'll have one radial menu for rotating forward and back, and then tilting up and down. So that'll be kind of the rotational pose. And then we'll have another blend tree. This will just be a one directional for opening and closing the unfurling. And that's going to be it for now. Duplicate this. So this will be wings rotation. And this will be a 2D freeform Cartesian blend tree with parameters. First, let's add it to the wings direct blend tree. Let's put it here. And we'll add some parameters. Start with a float, which we'll call weight. This is so we can set weight to 1. Then I'll enable our other blend trees. And here we'll use some parameters. I'll say wing rot slash and copy that. Y. Those could be these parameters. Wing rot X and wing Y. Okay. Now let's take a look at the FBX. Look at our animations. So we'll do I suppose wings idle would be all the way X1. And wings maybe the default's 0.5. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Or rotate forward would be -1. Zero, zero. Just the default. Somewhere between the two. Halfway between the two. And then boom, boom, motion field. Tilt up. 0, 1. And tilt down. 0, -1. Let's give it a shot. Now we're adding the wing controller through this object. It's fun. It's all the wing stuff. Yeah, that's what I want. We need some parameters for this. These parameters. To create those, we'll need the dragon. Hello, Wendy. Welcome. Blend trees, create folder. We'll call this full controller. Full controllers. It's going to be a new folder. Full controllers. Do nug wings. That will include the wings direct and the rotation. Both of those go in here. Then we need to create the VRChat parameters to be nug wing params. How are you this fine Tuesday? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well yourself, Wendy. Up to anything fun? Just been working most of the day myself. Default 0.5. Something like that. Save. And put the RAMs here. Then we would need a menu as well. Things. Overslept too many projects, the usual. Okay. I very much relate to that. Feeling a little overwhelmed myself. Just how it goes though. What else is there to do? All right, hopefully this works right off the bat. Okay. That is kind of what we were hoping for. Cool. The expressions aren't working. That's because we didn't export stuff. Should be a menu here. No, there isn't because we didn't attach one. Such big flappers. I guess this one actually should just be. Excuse me. Where are my wings? Where did my wings go? What the fuck? We have the menu here. To the left label, that would be rotate in. To the right, that'd be rotate out. Up would be tilt forward. Tilt down. Yeah. A lot of dragons in VRC, but I'm amused I haven't seen a single one you've worked on. I think at least one of them might have been at. I hope so. Sometimes but a few of my clients go, oh, we met each other, which is satisfying. Okay, so that is the right control, but it is not doing anything here. Must be missing something about how these are getting added. Ah, yes. So global parameters, that's basically don't change these ones, please. Got a headache. So used to finding out I know someone who knows that person, etc. So it's weird to me, lol. Well, I've had a few. There's Silik. There's. It'd be interesting to know the ones that you have seen that you didn't know were mine. What the fuck? Come on. Something else moving the wings? Nothing else should be affecting arms. Why can't we adjust the values? We're using the wing params. Have them right here. They're saved and synced. We're using weight as the parameter. Weight is set to 1. Sure, normalize blend values. 51, compute positions. If I go here, do this, so we can see the blend tree working. Flappy, flappy, flap. Read. Flappy, 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 flappy. Cool, that's fun. Sure seems to be working there. Just doesn't want to work. Character. It's not sculpted, it animates things outside of this object as it should. Those are spelled correctly. Oh, maybe do that. Let's set the emulator to review as FX. Let's see what's going on. Where are my wings? Show them to me. Wings idle. So it's just playing the wing idle animation. Why would it default to that? We do have the test layer, which says remove me. That has a direct blend, so maybe we just never... Yeah, we're just stupid and we never put the direct blend tree or the wings in the actual animator. It would be this one here, which means we didn't even give it the correct parameters. Okay. Good. One more time. Yay! All right, wings, winging around. Blah 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 blah. think we might need to change the physics there a little bit. All right, but now the client can lock in whatever position they want. We have this extreme outreach, and then we'll just need an additional blend. On the wings, we have the rotation there, and we'll say the wings furled. This will be a one-dimensional Cartesian, whatever it is. What? Okay. Do wing furl. Wing furl. And here we'll use our FBX animations. Furl close will be 0. Furl open will be 1. Save that here, and use the correct parameter. Boom. All right, so the direct blend, they're both using weight. Weight is set to 1. These can be set to 0. We can save. And on our full controller, we would need to also include in the saved parameters furl, and also make sure it's here. It is here. Go. They're a little flappy. Wow, 12:18 already. Oh. That means I've been working for 8 hours already. So we have this, but we're missing rams. Wings. Wing rotation. Cool. We can add another here for a radial puppet, and we'll call this one wing furled. This will do our wing furl float parameter. That's just to turn it on. Rotation is to turn it, and doesn't let me set a default there. I would assume it's already defaulting. Friend found a silly little snake avatar by a wee babby Abby creator, and I've been making them a fancy scale texture. Ooh, exciting. Snake! Snake! That looks weird. Let's turn off the fizz bones for now. Try that again. I should be doing. I think I'd like to start looking into doing reskins and stuff. If you know of any avatars that just absolutely need Some reskins. Let me know. Interesting. I swear I turned the fizz modes off just now. It's getting turned on automatically. Let's turn it off in game. How many joints do those wing fingers have? They've got 3. Yeah. Should have 3 segments. But the weight painting's still a little rough. Still quite rough. There's no gradient in the middle. There's no sampling on the edge. We can see this kind of weird little bend there. And turn this off. So really not what I thought it would look like. That would have more furlage. Okay, so let's bring those closer together. Wing, furl, closed, tighter. And you know, for furling, it might be all the way in. I think we want to rotate this one in. So I'd want to be able to put them back. And furl them up. Okay. And let's just set the default values. Again, that would be, we can do that. How can we set the default values? Is that through the menu? Or the params here? Yeah. Okay, so rotation X1, furled 0. That seems fine. Those will be all defaults. See so many wings with double joints. Prefer to have rotation constraints to keep them more realistic. Not sure what your client's preference is. Some people like floppy flappers that make no sense, lol. And we got that. All right. Man, 12:20 already. Okay. Let's do some animation. So close to done. This should be the last thing before I pass it off to the client. See, that looks a lot more close to me. Could bring him in like this, but then I don't know what else I would do with that. I don't think I want to tilt that one. Just this one. Just these ones. Yeah. Okay, let's see how that goes. Boom. Boom. Back to the T-pose. Oh, is there any? My first character animation last week. You know, after little years of watching tutorials and never getting to the doing stage, it went better than expected. Yeah, that's right. You mentioned that. That's good to hear. Or you mentioned you were going to do that last time. Is it like a YouTube? You said you're going to be doing like a whole animation for yourself. Do you have like a show you want to make, or maybe I shouldn't say it's a show. It's a want to make short film. That's right. I knew you were working up towards a project. Loaded. Characters are quadrupeds, so I'm working my way up to that. That, yeah, I mean, IK galore. I don't know how else you'd do that. I guess it should just be updated. It's not VR, so it's already all okay. Are you using a AutoRig Pro? It's definitely not the same world I would expect to see. Turn off the fizzbones here. Zero gravity. Rigify. Okay, heck yeah. It is rotating in. Just not as much as I'd expect. I did just export, right? Furl closed. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot closer to what I'm expecting here. So when we look at furled on this spot, we see 0, 1, 0, 1. But not here. So that would mean that for the wing rotation, it is affecting too much. We need it to affect just the base bone. So let's create and update a new mask for the wings. We'll do here, and we'll call this wings a root. And should just be this one, like that. Just be the main bone, because it's just gonna up, down, side to side. That should be fine. Then we go to animations, tilt, tilt, and the open. Which ones are in the tree again? Wings, 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 wings. Blend tree right here. Rotation. So rotate forward, idle, tilt up. That's what I thought. Root. Let me forward it to your Discord from the Anim server. Has more explanation. Okay, heck yeah. Blender. Blender's totally fine for that. Doop. Doop. And wait, root. Apply. So now it should just be that single bone that's getting animated rather than the whole wing arm. All right, let's check it out. Blender, that's awesome. Heck yeah. That's pretty cool. I just got to bring that in as a VR chat emote. Okay, so it's clearly that's only affecting the base bone now. Which means furled is the only one controlling this, but it's really not doing a great job. Okay, so something must be wrong with the blend tree itself. We have, let's just double click automate. We have wing furl. That's the parameter we're using. Wing furl is the float, radial puppet from 0 to 1. Parameters, default 0, it's a float. What else could it be? Here it looks great. Look at that. But the moment it is combined with both of them, it doesn't do as well. Normalized blend values. Aha. Okay, look. As we go to rotate forward, it comes in. As we rotate outward, it opens up. So there is something incorrect about these. They also don't have a default state. Perhaps that's the entire issue there. They need default position. Better. No, it's still opening them up as it moves backwards, which means that in our animations, rotate forward must be affecting too much. No, let's just cut those. Wing upper, position rotation scale, tilt, open. Oh, sorry, I thought I was looking at it there. I'm not looking at it just there. I have to click here. Okay, rotate forward, open, idle. We're setting it to active. Well, I completely broke it. Playing around now. Getting tired. I need to go take a break in a second. Probably take a break for about 30 minutes or so. Even less of what I expected. Excuse me. Few details get left out or might break since the hand and foot rigs are more complex and the shoulders are modified. Maybe we just got to go overboard with kind of bringing the arms in. I'm okay with that. Let's make the wing furl closed extreme. Oh, okay. Yep. It's just the same frame. I was gonna say something else, but this is good. I think I didn't have as much trouble with that in the past. That's the issue. here. For the furled, I wish I could define an additive reference pose in a different clip. That would be cool. That would be cool. Maybe I could say bake into pose for the transform rotation. Oh, one thing at a time. He's back. Hello, Crosshatch. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I never leave. All right, let's just focus on the weights for now. There's something, I think what I'm gonna have to redo the little blend tree there. I think I think we need animations for all the bones. We need a blend between all of them. Maybe. Have to ask this question. Well, go right ahead. Sugar code? Coding the sugar. Famous last words. Okay, source. So we're absorbing right now the vertex group. And okay, gonna move. So we need to estimate their character into an evil container. There are people who get a lot of different features for their avatars. As many features as you can think of uses. I think I want to apply the data transfer. Actually, sorry. Let me duplicate, apply, and then hide them. Now we can adjust the weights manually. I could try to fill in this shape. And then it would line up exactly like this. Then I could feel like I'm gonna go crazy if I do that though. Not gonna lie, I'm into the evil container avatars. Well, have you spent much time in VR chat? I feel like you might be Missing your calling, not getting not spending time in there. Okay. There you go. Um, I think I want 1.5.5.5.5. That's all we'll do. So one here. Boom. Expand the selection. Deselect 0.5. Sign. And every bone should be exactly the same. One, assign, expand, invert, remove, and 0.5. Now I want to make a world called O's unoptimized box. Zero's unoptimized box? Why is that? Ooh. Would be an evil container for avatars. Instances will soon have fizzbones. That's going to be exciting. We can do a lot of fun stuff with that. Should that be maximum? Yes. What? Sign. Expand. Sign. See anything? Can I do jank things with dynamic bones still? Okay. This one not have a vertex group. I guess I didn't. Well, that would certainly explain all the issues. You know what? I'm actually... Let's see what this looks like. Turn this back on. Holy shit. Click, shift, click, control, tab. You just have to press it so many times for no reason. How fun. How fun. Now there's nothing transferred. This makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to transfer them properly until doesn't matter. Just try it really quick here. All right. The wings, the middle of the wings, could certainly use a lot more blending. Fizzbones will be next level, though. Lol. I wonder if Micah will let me use them in stage flight. That'd be cool. I want dynamic properties on Fizzbones. That's what I really want. There should be influence here. It's really annoying me that there's not. These animations, I'd like the body, please. All right, we're still getting that same bend. Hopefully the VRC cube will become useful. I want props. That's what I really want. Gimme props. Seems like it's on its way this year, which is awesome. Finally. Same, I added that to the recent survey. Hoverboard would be based. Especially if somehow combined with Gogo Loco, it has great vertical range. Excuse me. Sorry for that. User submitted props would be so neat, but I can see that being a double-edged sword in terms of financial gain. In what way? Like undercutting people? I think for me, I'd be excited. I think props would be way more popular than avatars. Have to be moderated like the avatar shop, 100%. 100%. Really? Props are easier to make, which means more submissions. Hopefully easier to review, but who knows? Okay, good. It's an easy fix. Easy fix. It's always gotta be the last thing I click. Leaves room for edge cases to slip through that could cause problems, especially if they have interactivity. Oh, there's certainly no solution that's going to be perfect. Just excited for some new fun things to happen in VR chat. I think the world, just having worlds and just having avatars really leaves a lot to be desired. I was watching some video of someone playing around in Chill Out VR, and they had like a fully functional RC car that they could share with people and pass around, and other people could whip out the RC car right then and there. It's like, yeah, that would be fun. Okay, good. We got rid of the bending at the base. So now we're pretty seamless on the edges there, which is good. The middle groups still not bending great. Just sandbox that actually sandboxes. Ooh. VRChat once had mods. It's quite understandable why they avoided or went away from that, but I do miss that power. I don't trust average users in a true sandbox. You know what? I think I'll just select all of them and blur all of them once. Let's see how that did. Okay. Then none of these bones should affect anything past that. Okay, so now we'll have to Remove. Or I guess just that. Could have done both sides at the same time. All right. um, this point should be exactly half of this one and half of that one. Nothing more, nothing less. Same with this one, same with those ones. Yeah. So if I select this one, even though it always deselects for some reason, even though I don't click that. No one clicks that. It just doesn't. Just doesn't. Do this one. Good practice. Okay, so okay. Gonna get a little more complicated now, but I see what I want to do. So for each of the kind of like center wings, we're gonna make a group called data transfer wingers, because I want to be able to mask out And this one as well. It's actually more the other way around. I'm going to remove, rename. We'll call this webbing. And I just want to assign these two here. So, okay, so that's my group. And then we're going to go back to our data transfer here. And we'll do the webbing inverted. So now we're absorbing but only in only outside of this middle area. So the places where it's actually touching the geometry, that's fine. But the places where it's not touching the geometry, I would want to be able to fully override those values. Okay. So back to the webbing really quick. Let's take this, let's remove that. So now it really is just this space in between. Okay. Then, honestly, I wish I could just reset all the groups at once, but we'll have to do it one at a time. So here, tab A, remove. Tab A, remove. Okay. So now it's absorbing there, fine. I'd want, these ones are okay up top, but this one should be again between this one. So this point here is half that one, half this one. This point is half this one, half that one. This line. I think it's working fine, but the more I deformed it, the less it was actually working. Okay. May go in and blur some of these groups additionally, and I can do that with the GeoNode. All right. That was exhausting. Let's go to the export body. Let's rebuild the wing, and let's see how it performs. Excuse me. Whew. Much better. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and export this as is. We'll review it in game, then continue with any revisions as needed. But I think we'll cross off wing weights for now. Finish exporting. Okay, much better movement. The fizz bombs are still just way over the top. Let's turn them down. We'll do spring, this, immobile, way up high. Way too bouncy. We got some nice secondary motion now. I think I see a way to redo the webbing a bit better. Don't like how I have it currently. And I see how to change that. Basically, we would make a selection from like point to point. Then we'd say fill in that curve. Doesn't work very nicely though. So we will not worry about that right now. But I see a way for the future. Still getting some really strong influence here. Whatever that is, let's try to get rid of. I think it's probably the hand influence, or maybe one of the other bones coming up and influencing. Already looks much better than an hour ago. Flappy, 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 flappy. Yeah, it definitely falls apart. You can see the crunchiness there. Flippy, flappy. So close to that. Let's just take these. I'm going to do pull, no spring, very immobile, save, play one more time. Still way too springy. I don't know why I closed it. You're live on Discord. Do the wing flap again. About to get flappy. Shouldn't be seeing the scales there. Flap, flap, flap. Flippity, flap, flap. Getting really strong ambient occlusion there, too. Where is it? Flap, 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 flap. Flap, flap, flap. Flap, flap, flap. Cool. I'm flying. Mm. I think I'm gonna. Hmm. Fix up the badge. And fix that discard. Yeah, very cool. That works out well. Let's update those scales in the back. That one should be somewhat easy to see. I believe if I click here, I don't see any of the scales having moved, so we know something's wrong. I think I turned one off. I think I turned off the UVs, pack UV elements. Nope. Let's leave that one alone. UV discard chest. Here. Inside mesh to attribute. Aha. Oh, you know what? This one's fine. In fact, I don't even need that at all. I don't need this one either. But I do need this one. It's body source, go to source objects. brain tired. Brain very tired. That one's working. Right up there. So what that's really saying is that we're not sampling the most updated version. Here. Yes. So we don't want to replace original, but I will turn this on and combine cursor. That way we're sampling the latest version in real time, getting the updated UVs. And let's go back to for body, save. This one we do want to update manually. Bada boom. Applied modifier was not first. That's okay. See it over there. We will save now. I'll switch this back to text editor. I will then make sure that we're in T-pose for that. Shape key Baker. Good enough. Save and take the shape keys. I'm going to be right back and go to the restroom. And we're back. Actually, grab one snack. Get a little apple squeeze. Slightly different than other apple one I have. Sorry, I'm a little disappointed. I usually love apple cinnamon, but this one's not very good. Okay. We did just update, but did we update here? Unknown. Oh no, we made the shape keys. Yeah, should be good to export back over. Boom. Exported. Saved. Let's double check. Apply. We might have to include one more scale in our discard. Should have double checked that. We did move some of the scales around today. Yeah. Interesting. What is that? It's like the top part. Well, either way, just to include one more scale in there. It'll be good. Too much stretching. So include tail scale in discard. Also blend tail weights on top. that should help. Oh, I have to redo all the shape keys too. Okay. You know, if we are reabsorbing the normal or the vertex groups, we might as well reabsorb the normals too. So go here. Took so long to get this working right this morning. I have this dynamic slicer that I made. Here, let's see this line. It's a little hard to see with the rig. Slice. That's for turning the clothing on and off. It works super well. Now, so we are absorbing the vertex groups, and in that same area, I would like to absorb custom normals. That might be something that only shows up after we've rebaked it. Okay. Let's continue. Interesting. So we are including all of these. That dragon probably jump. I can see it. Big jumper. Turn on body, low poly as well. I guess we will. I might have brought that air back. Getting rid of a few things specifically. Copy to selected. Selected. Oh, I'm so ready to be done. Okay, good. That means we're including one more right there. This is what we were missing before. It's that. Move. Perfect. That's one of the reasons why I have this big old setup. It's because that makes it super easy to fix. Not all the time. All right, fix that one. Back scales. Fix that one. We did do the badge. And we did just fix the tail weights on top. So hopefully there's a little less stretching. Save. Delete all our shape keys. And then duplicate. Apply. You should see one more little tile up here. Boom. And now let's check how the clothing, or the scales are stretching now. Okay. Still a little bit of stretch, but much smoother. I like it. We're going with it. Okay, let's select the body. Go back to our text editor. Bake the shape keys. Loaded. Okay. 140. We're getting closer. Still not quite there yet. So the question right now is, why is the furl not furling? Because, again, when we look at this blend tree, right here, no, right, it's in the full controller. It's confusing. It is the right way to set that up. If I go to just the furled, beautiful blending, that is exactly what we want. We want the fingers close up, flippy flappy. But the moment we go over here, incorrect. Changing the order does not affect anything. So obviously they're blending. Oh, there we go. Done. It was this check mark. Normalized blend values. Well, fuck you, normalized blend values. You're gone. Cross that one off. Okay. Whew. Man, it's so funny how so many things are like hours and hours of work trying to figure out this one thing. It's like, oh, it's just a check mark in Unity. But you'd never know. You'd never know until you click that check mark. Okay. We'll change the default pose to be... Oh, wait. I thought I just changed that. So in our direct blend in the wings, working. It's working fine here now. Blend type. But how about in the animator? When we click the animator here, we do get right defaults. Go further in. there's something else at play. To test, we do add the uniform. Maybe I need to put the wings. Oh, interesting. Yeah, something's weird. His wings are offset. Okay, something else is happening. Wings, animator. We should be writing defaults. We are writing defaults. Let's look at the. That's fine. For the emulator, we are testing the base emulator. Get the wings here. Oh, wing. Got all the parameters there. Wing furl should be 0. So it should be pulled back and closed up at the start, right out the gate. Just going to move this over here for now. So we literally just have this single object in here. So there must be some other animation somewhere interfering with this. Okay, something's really weird. Even weirder. Oh, interesting. Look how much longer the arm is here. Ooh, position values. Oh, okay. Sorry, yelling. In the animations, I did take one of the wing poses and bake the rotation right here. Bake into pose. Furl closed. Let's apply that. Try one more time. I think there's a good chance that was it. And if not, that's not it. Motherfucker, what is going on? Let's hide this, or no, let's get rid of, let's hide the emulator. And get rid of the avatar descriptor. Drop this back into the other character. And then we're just gonna literally add the animator directly onto this character. Let's see what happens. Okay. It's still a little off center. This one is higher. Okay. There must be some sort of scale value. Being applied. See, we do have these scales. Is there any way for me to remove those getting baked in there? Verbs. Motion. Source mask has a path that does not match the transform hierarchy. not even telling me what mask there is. Should just be wing root. Okay. Um, right. So the issue is that we have position and scale values on bones that do not start with position or scale values. And that creates inconsistencies, especially when we're writing defaults. We could, just as a quick fix, tell it not to write defaults. I'm pretty sure I've tried that. Let's try it again. Write defaults. Play. Turn this back on. Save. Play again. Funny. Oh. Oh. What if that's using the wrong? It's using weight, furl, rotation. Are they using the proper parameters? Because it shouldn't be changing like that. Parameters, wing furl. That's spelled correct. Okay. Did I spell it correct? And here. Damn. Thought ahead. Oh, right. There's no default pose. Let's make that. Let's go to animations. Take the T pose. Actually, what is wings idle? It's back. T pose. We will duplicate. We'll call this T pose wings mask. And then in the blend tree, rotation, 0, 0 will be this T-pose position. No. Actually, yeah, that's pretty close to what we want. Maybe that is the issue. Should at least work with the right defaults better, because now there is standard position for everything. Nope, still busted. Cool. Oh, okay. So it's fine there, but then when it opens, when it's open, fine, busted, fine, busted. That's X1 in our direct blend. Sorry, rotation direct blend. One is here. One, wings idle. Fuck. How to, I made an assumption. I should have double checked that so long ago. Mother fudger. But this has the full mask. I thought I replaced it with just the root. That is probably the source of our woe. Yep. Cool. All right, these are actually closed way too much, way too intensely now. But they are basically working as intended now. Thank goodness, it's about to blow my brains out. Sorry, bad joke. But I was still upset. The thumb is super floppy. Flabby, flabby, flabby. So we can move forward, back. The wings furled. We can go here. The points here need to be blended. We're getting a little bit of a gap here. Part of that is that the texture has a gap. All right, but we did do it. We got the fucking wings animating properly. Ugh, what a nightmare. Okay. So, blend trees need default states, especially 2-axis 2D freeform Cartesian blend trees. So we're using the webbing, and the webbing isolates these ones here. How does it isolate them? It says, oh, rely on the manual weights. So if we go to the webbing and we assign, now this one is going to be manual. And if it is manual, we would want it to be 50% between this one. I guess this one over here. I'd want it to move between these two. Yeah. So this one, that should be the pinky 2. And then this one is just the arm. Wing upper dot L sign. Gonna be a little bit hard to tell in this view. I'm just gonna hit this with the G stretch. Boom. And then take it back. I don't think I'll make wings like this in the same way again. I think webbing should be the final step. Initially, I kind of, so you want to, initially I was thinking of wings like webbing because that takes up the most space visually, but really the bones have full control over them. I could do another set of bones, but that would just mean I did my weight paints poorly. That looks pretty good except for that. This little middle point that's getting created. We could just have a little bit more resolution there. That'd be good. Awesome. For this side, I keep seeing a little gap right here, that one. Consciously surprises me. Okay, that's because, and we can see it. Right now the mesh is in the middle of this bone. When we rotate it, it is no longer in the middle, which means there's other weights influencing the arm there. bone must be the hand. So let's go back to Nug for the weight paints on the hand. We will undo the attach. Now look at just the hand. Select. Boom. 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 Let's expand. I'm going to remove them from hand. Okay. Save. Turn over to export body. Nope. Forgot. Here, I'm going to copy this as a driver. Oh shit, did I delete them? No, I just wait. Yeah, they're there. Okay. I swear they weren't there for a second. I'm tempted to go back in the recording and double check that. I swear. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Give them not to collapse is a real pain. I think it's part of the reason Morgus uses a double layer, also not to have to deal with back faces. Double layer. Not quite sure what that would encompass, but I'm intrigued. Oh yeah, much better. Okay, that should alleviate the gaps. Thumb looks pretty good too. We're just missing the kind of softening that up a little bit. I don't have to rely on... I might just do the data transfer just for these strips. Sets are free. You can always grab one for study and see how he rigs his wings. Excuse me. I'll have to check them out. Interesting. Yeah, I think reviewing a functional set of wings would be good. I'm definitely going to make a GeoNode just to do them properly, because I don't like having to rely on matching up the geometry perfectly. It's like, we already have the wings. We already have the wing bones. Just have the wings come from that. And ideally, for every vertice, we'd have a point coming out. That way they'd be 1 to 1. Using bones for the propatagium. I don't know what that is. This is the export. Let's go back to Nug. Front membrane between the arm and forearm. Oh, okay. This one here. Yeah, the one up here is just Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, tricked ya. That would definitely require some some constraints. Excuse me. That was the whole smoothing? Oh, right, because we're doing weight paint, and weight paint's restrictive. So it's a good question. On the weight paint, we generate. Is there mix mode replace? Ooh, okay. We could do mix, and then that way. We'll have to review all the bones now, but that way we can actually incorporate weight painting from the bones and the transfer, which is cool. Add. I guess I need to add. A good chance this will break things. Yeah, let's undo that. Just replace. Good God. Things doable though, and I would need something like that to work for a feathered wing, especially for the feather shader for the covert feathers. I have a question for you, Wendy. If you were to advise me on which um, if I was to make a reskin of an avatar, which one should I do? Any avatar in VR chat that's open that I could do it for. We got another 40 minutes, and then that'll be it. Thankfully, we're just ironing things out. That should have. It's a good question. Like something to make and sell copies of. Exactly. Moonfang, my current fave, is growing in popularity lately, and Stripe is working on some upcoming ideas. Okay. And that's totally fine if it's just the furry community. That doesn't bother me at all. I think it really dials in the Striker Beast. It might be reasonably popular. Well, I would, if you ever see an opportunity like that and you're like, oh, damn, this would be a great way to get a popular avatar out there. You let me know, because I would love to be able to jump in and make something that I feel a little more confident is gonna entice people. Why am I having such a hard time getting this single point to blend? Let's do it at like 0.9. That way there should be a little bit. Wait, that's animated. That'll still work. Still nothing. Weird. Maybe that's the wrong thing. Fine. I've seen some requests for a mix of edits on the Moonfang in particular, but I don't think the audience is quite large enough for that to be lucrative. Okay. I don't have a good instinct on like, oh man, if I worked on this avatar, then people would for sure like love it. I need like an agent. Excuse me. In some miscellaneous adopts go for high prices, but that's far more limiting. Face tracking setups seem to be decent. Makes sense. Everyone's gonna want that at some point if they like VR. That's much better. That's certainly good enough. All right, let's export. Let's package up. Let's call it a day, I think. Okay, I think I am gonna have to redo the wings. This just is so challenging for some reason. Much more challenging than it should be. Be all right. I need a better surface, better geometry. Wings are hard. Yeah, they really are. Still getting it clipping there. Understand. It's like you shore up one side and then the other side just kind of pops right out. Okay, let's make a backup copy. All this. Free webbing redux. I'm gonna poke at Morcus's wings off stream sometime. Might glean something. I don't know. It's very approachable and likes helping folks. I could introduce you some Saturday. Well, I appreciate that. Is that what does something happen Saturday? Damn. Filling out my journal. It's only like a month old. Wing meat. Heck yeah. Excuse me. Okay, well, I'm very intrigued because I feel like there's a few things I want to absorb. Questions. Solve for myself. So what we'd want is from this point all the way to this point, connect. It's gotten big enough to require group only instances, but there's a lot of nice folks. Okay, heck yeah. Let's make a new mesh. Actually, no, we'll do this in so I could have a line, which I connect. Not big enough to require group only instances, and there's lots of nice folks. Okay, heck yeah. I really should be meeting the community. Feel like I've just existed in this little bubble. I don't know why how I ended up here. You know, they make them novas with big bouncy evil containers. Infinite amount of evil containers. Oh, okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I can make a square. So the goal is we'll basically have one line to start with, a selection. Boom. And then we want to take that and make we make a geometry. We could fill it, but that's not going to have what we need. We could take half of it. Okay. Let's move this over to we meet as overwhelmingly dudes. They are much more interested in a different evil container. The good dispenser. That's the opposite of an evil container. Line selection to surface. So we'll make a line. We'll subdivide first. I guess we can just leave it like that with a subdivision. And we'll add our modifier, copy this, paste this here, paste that here, boom, mark as asset. All right, we're in business now. So basically, when we have selection, we're going to assume that this is even. Red ribbon group. I don't know what that means. Do I want to know? Is that Dragon Ball Z? Dragon Ball? Red Ribbon Army? So first thing to do is we take the mesh to line, We're taking our selection. We're taking a mesh to curve. That's what I meant to say. We're going to sample that curve. For these positions, and then we'll make a curved line. That. Then we'll resample the curve based on domain size, point count. Curve. There we go. So now we have these two curves that we can loft between. Well, hopefully we're not being too over the top. Disregard edginess, embrace wholesomeness. Okay. So with this setup, I could loft basically an infinite amount of curves between those two surfaces, and then they would come to a point on the end. That would work pretty well. That alone may be enough. In fact, I think I have loft profiles. And if that's the case, then all I actually would need... This looks weird. Why is that blank? But I would just need this and this. Then we could... The group for bug things. Big things. Okay, there we go. This might work. Oh, I guess I could just set position of this curve by sampling the curve, this one, using spline parameter factor, and then we could just put position there, and then we could mix position, or mix a vector, which is the new position with the old position. Now we can do this. Cool. Good. Merge. All right. That actually was easier than I thought it was going to be. So definitely increase the vertex count. Boom, 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 boom. Then we're going to want edge selection between positions. Make a plane, subdivide the heck out of that. We'll take two empties, put them over here, like so. Then here. Sample nearest. Right. So we want to say, well, type correctly. Doesn't really matter the direction, right? We'll add a delete geometry. We'll have this initial node output a selection, or no, it should store an attribute. Cool. The cool thing is, rather than storing an attribute, we can just output it, which is interesting. Yeah, we'll call this edge. Copy that. Cool. So now we can make a selection, an edge path selection. Let's just see if we're deleting only the edges. Beautiful. So this is actually totally isolating just the edges. Could even do more fun by doing that. Cool. So now with just two empties, we can get a selection. Then we can loft that selection to a surface. And that should be all we need in order to make the wings. We'll just have to rebake, unfortunately. But that's okay. Let's make a folder in here called wing LP membrane. In here, we're going to make some empties. We'll do 2 arrows. I feel like underutilized. I can just go like, this is the point. I am trying to select this one right here. Okay. Sorry, flying around. We'll need a empty. We're going to merge everything at cursor. At center, actually. Then we do the geometry input. What are we going to put in? We're going to put in our wing arms. Okay. No need to replace original. We do want them in relative space. We're now going to add the asset library. What did I call it? Edge. I forget. Let's go back. Line selection to surface. That is a weird name. Let's switch this to edge selection. That's actually more descriptive. Hightail release is today. Rip literally all free time I already didn't have. I don't know much about it other than people seem to be very excited. It's supposed to be like a Minecraft competitor. So it seems like. Okay. Edge selection of the surface is the correct name, but that's not what I meant to actually find there. I meant to do edge selection between positions. Perfect. They were both right there looking at me in the face. Boom. Minecraft for people who like modded Minecraft. I like modded Minecraft. Do you watch Chippy Gaming? No, I don't really consume a lot of MC content beyond some of the ATM developers. Man, I used to watch. Oh, this might date me. Oh, I don't even remember what they're called. Yogscast. Edge selection to surface. Look at that. How cool is that, huh? It's not quite lining up how I thought it would. So it's kind of taking the high road there. Ah, that's why. Zoom. Frustrating sometimes trying to zoom around. That's the right start. Beautiful. Really doesn't get much better than that. We'll call this membrane two. call this edge selector. Okay, now duplicate the collection. We'll call this one 3. For 1.4.5 will be sooner or later. Also because they're limited furry mods. I'm gonna try it an age, great game. Could never get people to stick around past the flesh wall. Most furries go to Starbound. Favoritism. Right. I do want to be able to smooth that out a little nicer. It'll be kind of goofy, but I think I'll make I'll make a point where it creates a point between this and the nearest point, creates a line, and then I would be able to adjust how many points are there. Would also be nice to have this be smooth. It's not that much geometry. So far, pretty good. I like it. Probably merge them together into a single object that I can then instantiate and place in my scene. Whoa. Okay. Save. We're going to go back to GeoNode really quick. Say new collection. This will be create connection create edge between closest point to closest point. So we'll do plane, guess tenant subdivide. We'll make an empty. Isn't there one that's just example nearest index of nearest? That's a lazy way to do it, but it works. We're now removing the whole geometry from start to end. We'll want another one that allows us to define a custom curve. And in fact, we may replace all of these with this, but a custom curve and a selection. So that way we can put a custom curve between these points. It'll still be this selection. Most importantly, when it interpolates between this point, we will get even spacing here. So that's really what we need to do. But it is, sorry, I feel like I shouted that. It is 2:54, which is pretty late for me. So I need to get going. Yeah, I'm gonna get going. Wendy, Crosshatch, anyone else that's lurking out there, I hope you all have an amazing day. Thank you for hanging out with me. Appreciate you chatting. Keep my spirits up while I work. I'm definitely intrigued by the wing meat. I'm putting that down. I'm not going to commit because I've been known to not do that. So, but I do like, I do feel the urge to get out of my bubble and start interacting with people. Have a good day. Let me know if you're free Saturday, though I may be going out of town. We'll update you. Understandable. Ciao.
Ciao, Crosshatch. Thanks for hanging out. And Wendy, maybe we'll see you Saturday. Maybe we'll do a little stream then. Either way, looking forward to seeing you all soon. And enjoy the rest of your day. Bye, everyone. Take care. Bye, Wendy. Bye, Crosshatch. Bye, everyone. Bye.